Welcome to Adrift in Aldhalor, our weekly D&D actual play, set in our homebrew world of Aradun. I glitched out for a moment. Our music is licensed through musicbed.com, and occasionally we use TabletopAudio for Ambience and Syrinscape for some things. I'm going to turn it over to Stefan now and talk a little bit about our partners.
Hey, thanks, Sean. Yeah, we've got partners, and they're the people that help make Paradice. Of course, we've got our longtime buddies over at Underground Oracle Publishing. They are a TTRPG publisher, creating new worlds in the Cypher system and beyond. Their current focus is Foxfire, a science fiction TTRPG with a strong emphasis on high adventure and fun. Full-throttled action. Where you play as anthropomorphic animals who left Earth behind long ago to take their place among the stars. For as little as $3 a month, you can become a member through their website and gain early access to this developing TTRPG and each of the worlds they create. You can also sign up for free to get access to some early items. Next up, we've got Eddie Yorke. He is our character artist. You can see his character at the loading screen in the corner of our little boxes, whichever side that is. He's an illustrator based in the United Kingdom who makes art for games and books. To visit his portfolio and get in contact with him, visit eyorke.com. And then we've got 1985 Games. They create affordable, accessible, high-quality accessories for Dungeons & Dragons and other tabletop role-playing games. Sean has used all their NPC cards to fill our campaign with wonderful, fleshed-out characters with wants, needs, secrets, etc. And so he needs more. So if you're listening to 1985 Games, get Volume 3 out and give it to Sean, maybe for free. That'd be cool. Ooh. But even if it's not for free, you can use the code paradiceprod at checkout for 10% off your entire order. So 10% off is basically free, right? That's how math works. Mm-hmm. So we generally have recaps and VODs that you can find through our Discord and YouTube channels. We have some. They're a little behind. And you know what? That's because the gods have limited us. So blame the gods.
Yep.
Right. In the meantime, right to them. In the meantime, you can join us in Bluesky, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Discord, Instagram, TikTok, places. Or come into our Discord and we'll ask us questions and I'll respond immediately. I have nothing going on. Literally, no life.
Stefan, what's your favorite fruit? See, that's the riveting sort of question asking you can have.
Yeah, the tension, the suspense. We're not even going to find out.
Until next week.
Yep, come back next week to find out what Stefan's favorite fruit is. Let's get into our recap, because we've broken Stefan. All right. Last we left off, Iron and Mana had begun taking some action within Hyven. After a riveting performance and night of some mild to wild revelry amongst the party, they began their plans to take the fort at the lighthouse in the Lighthouse District from the Alumno Defiance to make a loud entrance or a loud stance within the different factions of Hyven, putting their foot down, so to speak, planting a flag. But before that, they had to prepare that morning. Uncertain about what kind of fight they were getting into, everyone prepared in their own way. Bruce started tinkering with various different inventions and preparing his magic for the day. Septimus began experiments upon his crook of Varat that was found in the Great North, transforming it into a staff bearing the light of Machina to represent his faith. Essentially subverting the god that blessed this item and replacing it with his own, which he was successfully able to do. although it seems as though the metal ferrofluid of the staff found its way into his flesh, to his delight, to others' potential horror. During this time, Jacquet began to scope out the lighthouse district to get a little bit more information about the lighthouse itself and the Alumno Defiance garrison there. He learned that it was filled with temporary structures, some slightly more permanent, and likely to have somewhere between 12 and 15 people in there. He specifically spotted a hidden guard utilizing a magic rod, or what I like to call a limbless crossbow. But he also noticed Chroma Fist gang members planning their own assault on it, which Jacquet decided to warn, using his horn of silent alarm, warn the people of the Alumno Defiance of this to stop that attack. During this time, everyone else was getting ready. Eventually, the party got all together and decided it was time to enact their plan. They waited until sunset to do so, and snuck over to the fortress. Fortress is a strong word. The garrison. It started off with Jacquet's attempt at sneaking in. Unlucky for him, the guard did get a natural 20 on their watch, so he was spotted, which turned into a scuffle between him and the guard, while the rest of the fort came to arms. Fyrn, the confident and burly tank of the party, smashed his way in and began immediately showing why he is so scared, or why people are so scared of him. As he showed off not only his weapon, his new weapon, the Ithildagnir, but some interesting magic from the item itself. Jacquet and Bruce followed along, bringing their own brand of fright and fear into the hearts of the Alumno Defiance, all smashing through the gate and ultimately killing killing most of the guards in the party, leaving 6 remaining with their commander. Through intimidation tactics, they got them to surrender. Fyrn gave an impassioned speech about freedom and ending gang violence within Hyven, but these soldiers have too much loyalty to their own mission and did not opt to join Iron and Mana. Under the orders of their commander, they started to gather their dead to retreat, the commander opting to stay as a prisoner of the parties in exchange for his men to go free, his soldiers to go free. During this, Septimus noticed one of the rangers of the enemy pocketing or wrist pocketing magically their limbless crossbow or magical rod. He pointed it out and warned them that he better not see them using this against them anytime soon, but let the guy go with the weapon. Overall, the party was able to successfully take the lighthouse for their own, with little damage as well to the actual structures that they could repurpose. And ultimately, that's where we left off. The party left off with this prisoner in their binds, with a successful taking of the fort. And that's where we're going to jump back in. So, the Alumno Defiance soldiers have left the region. And you, I'm sure, watched them and make sure they didn't, hide behind a corner. They properly left. So you all are there with this commander, held in, well, not irons. His hands are tied together. His great sword on the ground. What would you like to do? He is cooperating and pretty much staying stoically quiet unless you prompt him to speak.
Fyrn is just gonna, take him by his restraints and lead him inside, just to check out the conditions of the fortress. Is there any inside? I'm assuming there was
I mentioned that there were mostly tents in here, but there was these semi-permanent structures that are made mostly of wood. You would say that they look more like makeshift shacks than they are like structures, more like makeshift barracks. Really, you see some bunks in there, but there's mainly like a meeting desk where the commanders or the higher ups of this group would meet to make plans. And you can see there are some sort of maps spread out on the table. You can see a map of the Aldhalor Islands, and you can see a larger map of the entirety of Aldhalor. And then you actually also see a larger map that has Gwenvlir on it, with certain lines connecting what Jacques and probably Fyrn as well would be able to discern are the Stormspire airship nodes that are across the Carencia Sea. If anyone follows them in, you would all see this as well. Bruce, you would also recognize that as likely the Stormspire Highway, so to speak, across the ocean, given that you're from Halcyon and know of the Stormspires. And there, it's mostly just these maps, though, on the table. As if this is a place for any Alumno Defiance members to gather, to plot, who are in the city or trapped in Aldhalor, really, or Alfdal.
Fyrn's gonna pick up one of the maps, and he's gonna, basically put this, captive in the corner, and then lean down, onto his knees, and reveal the map to him, and he says, "Do you know what this is?"
He looks at you kind of like suspicious, and then goes, "Of course I do. You think that I just have maps laying around my garrison for no purpose?"
I want to tell you a story as I wrap up the map.
You see, he does kind of roll his eyes when you say that, like it just in
Jacques is in the room and is pouring, or not pouring, but he's looking over the maps and similarly rolls his eyes.
Fyrn goes on. He says, he doesn't really harp on lots of the details.
Yeah.
But he says, there used to be a pirate ship known as the Bone Rattler. Its captain is someone I'm sure you're familiar with. They had a mission to take down one of these spires. And in doing so, they left me and my friends abandoned after doing their dirty work. I was left on an island, stranded for many days, and barely survived off making a raft. And when I returned, the Bone Rattler's crew was nowhere to be found. I tracked down this Hastings and slayed him with my own two hands.
It was a group effort, but okay.
And any reaction on this guy's face as I'm saying?
Give me an
story?
insight check.
Oh, it's always the things I'm bad at. 14.
That's not that bad for you. For you, that's really good.
Yeah.
For a fighter, or an insight check. He's
-1.
Yeah, right. That's a good roll. He's he's a little he's not super bloodied because you guys were kicking the ass of his allies more than him. Actually, I take that back. He took a pretty good beating. Looking at the health pools from last week, he almost got bloodied. He's got a fat black eye and some blood coming down his chin and some scorch marks from, I'm assuming, some of the magic that probably hit him too. And he kind of looks up at you as you're talking about Hastings. And I'd say with a 14, you can notice that he does a very slight grin. Not a grin as much as a smirk when you say Hastings' names, like that you can surmise might be like a little bit of pride in like the goings-ons of Hastings that then vanishes when you talk about killing him.
Now, this situation was not meant to be for vengeance. We simply wanted to know why he did it and how he can make it up to us. But
Speak to yourself. I wanted to see him dead. Jacquet's just muttering in the background.
I had no intention of murdering him that day, but he left us no choice after ambushing us and shooting at us. We had to defend ourselves, but I hear word that he still lives, which is impossible. Whoever your leader is now, it is not the Hastings that I once knew.
It doesn't sound like you knew the man.
Do you?
I do.
Well, maybe you can tell me more about him so we can come to an understanding. We can end the cycle of violence.
Heard the story of his encounter with iron and mana, as you were eventually called. And he kind of like you could tell he's like considering how much to say. Like he's occasionally looking down, looking up. He can't really open his left eye. His right eye is a little bloodshot from the fight with you. You're not wrong. That the Hastings I know isn't the man you supposedly knew. Although I think you're implying that he's an imposter. I'm here to tell you he's reborn. From the depths. And he's told us about this encounter. The day his life changed, the same day his life ended. And sometime later he awoke.
Do you mean Mr. Greaves just brought him back to life?
Mr. Greaves?
Yeah.
No. Mr. Greaves. No. We have no love for Mr. Greaves.
Wait, so you believe some bullshit story that he came back from? What did he tell you? Continue. Sorry to interrupt your story.
You're from Halcyon, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can tell.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Keep going.
And he kind of every time he starts himself, he just like glances at Bruce, and like immediate dislike, which is probably mutual. Well, it's probably wasted on you all, but
No, it's not. It's their witch, isn't it? Lasha. Yeah, we
what's
know
the
a
room?
thing or two.
Oh no, he scared Mike away.
The feral to it.
Machina got him.
All of a sudden, Septimus is just... His eyes are glowing blue as Machina, asserting
back?
control. Asserting control.
Assuming control.
Oh,
Your-
assuming control. Yeah.
Your camera.
Your camera's not. There you go.
There
Okay,
you
there we
go.
go. Sorry
Now
about
he's
that.
back.
Something lost my internet for a brief second. I think I don't know.
Ooh,
weird.
spooky.
Who are you? Me? From 6 months ago?
Yeah, right.
But yes, as you say, it's Lasha. It's the witch. We know more than you think. Yeah, that's the rumors. Truth be told, we haven't seen the crew of the Bone Rattler in a while.
Yeah, because we showed them what for on the high seas.
Is that so?
Yeah, it's so.
Yeah. We believe the stories. He looks to Bruce. This was no deal with the devil. There's no bartering. Man came back. And he has no ill will against Iron and Mana. We'll see now after this escapade. He understood that it was business. He understood the second he tried to activate your fake device. The second you tried to conceal yourselves and pretend to be someone else. He understood what happened to him, just as the Bone Rattler understood the deal. But he's not that man, and he doesn't care about business anymore. He cares about what's right.
Oh,
What's right to you? Taking back Halcyon for the people.
His eyes dart to Bruce and back to you. At least alumno. Don't care what those wizards get about, toiling with destiny in their towers. We just want our ancestral homeland back. It's my ancestors who defeated the devils and demons that littered the land.
And you're saying this is what Captain Hastings wants as well, ultimately.
That's why we
and
want
history
off of
demand.
this. That's why we want off of this cursed island.
so you understand the powers struggles that are happening in Hyven right now. Why would Hastings have you garrisoning this fort, this symbol of status, of control? If he truly wanted to leave, then you should all be hiding away in the Undercity, staying out of sight until you've built up the strength to leave.
Yeah, you're right.
So why hold the lighthouse?
Status. And you can tell he's getting cheeky here.
That's
All right.
fine. Play your games. At the end of the day, you alumno defiance. We'll leave these lands. All the better.
So what do you want to do with me then?
Septimus is just looking for a second. Just kind of contemplating and thinking. Was it you and your group that brought the insurmountable amount of wild magic weapons into this city?
Us? No. No. Greaves and his crew.
All Greaves.
It's not to say we haven't pawned a few of them.
I'm just trying to ascertain why you want this status in the city. See, my thought is maybe you're shipping in and smuggling halcyonic weapons and goods into the city to make a little bit of coin to grow up your strength before you ship out. Or am I wrong?
We have no control of the docks. We can't smuggle. But perhaps, and he does look at Jacquette, there are other means of smuggling. Controlling this district may help with that. We're
And who
more
did you
interested
take
in
this-
acquiring our arms and selling them to some drugged out gangsters.
And
Can I?
Sorry, go ahead.
History check. What do I like? As far as what I know about the Alumno Defiance, where is the ancestral homeland again?
Sure. Go ahead and you don't need a history check for this. This would be general
Okay.
knowledge for Halcyon citizens.
Okay.
So Halcyon is situated on the Aldhavir Island in the center of Aldhalor. There's a mountain that splits that island in half, basically. In the Curanor territories and Halcyon itself are on the northern side of the island, and Alumno is the southern side of the island.
Okay, got it.
Ancestrally, the Alumno, or those who are members of the Alumno, do believe in a ancestral empire that had the entirety of Aldhavir under the title of Alumno as its territory. Basically, the predecessor of Halcyon is the Alumno Empire. The Alumno Empire became Halcyon through what they would perceive as backdoor deals and corruption of wizards that took over the land from its original rulership.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of Alumno Defiance, but not all of them, are also they believe in a bloodline of kings that ruled the area too. They're what's the word for it? I don't remember the word. For someone who I can't remember the word. Doesn't matter. They want their kings and queens back.
Got it. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
Monarchists.
They're monarchists.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the word I was
That's
trying
the
to
word.
think of. Not all of them, but a good sizable chunk of the Alumno Defiance are monarchists.
So where is your version of this ancestral homeland? And you call yourself an ancestor too. I'm curious, where do you think you fall?
The rolling fields and timber forests of Alumno, south of the mountains, stretching from the ruins of Blackguard all the way to the old bridge.
All right. And you get there, right? And are you gonna raid and pillage and do everything you can, ensue violence to take back everything? Or are you just gonna be happy being on a plot of land in the original ancestral land?
You just don't want to kneel before the convergency.
I can respect that. It's understandable. You want to go home, you want to have your lands back, and you want your freedom, right?
Simply yes.
Well, then, I fear, at least for myself, Jacques says, looking to his companions, there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. Because when I first met with the crimes of the Alumno Defiance, they shot down the airship I was traveling on, killing hundreds of innocent civilians, ruining my life, and making me meet him and them. So sorry if I'm not as sympathetic, but I would love, truly love, to help you all find your way out of Hyven to wherever the fuck you want to go.
He looks at the rest of you.
Piggybacking off my friend here, Iron Amanda is back in Hyven to set order. Mr. Greaves is the enemy of us, and we wish to rid him of it. And, that being said, if you are continuing to stir up trouble here, that's going to be a problem for us as well. So, if you can find your way out of Hyven and make your way back to Halcyon, or any way you see fit, that would not be against our interests. And hell, I even sympathize with your movement, being a descendant of refugees of Halcyon myself. But here's what I think is going to happen. We're not going to keep you as a prisoner. You can go on your merry way. You say you're not an ally of Mr. Greaves. And hopefully you're telling the truth. So long as you stay out of our way in pursuing him as our enemy, we won't stand in your way in other operations you have in this town.
He looks down and then kind of looks up and across you all and back to you, Septimus. I can respect your promises. Son of exiles, as I am. If you let me go, as you say, I will relay this to the captain. And there will be no trouble between our factions. And if you wish to help us get off this rock, so you can go upon your own future destiny, you can relay that to him as well.
This is where Fyrn steps up and says, if Hastings wishes our help, he can reach out to us himself. As he reaches down and frees him from the restraints.
Puts his hands up like I mean you no harm way. And gets up. Rubs his wrists.
Before you leave, one more question.
Of course.
Knowing this area, not held for very long, I can't imagine you and your associates had it for that long. Whom did you take it from last time?
Took it from the Chroma Fist.
Leaning over to the rest of the group is like, no doubt they'll hear of their leave of absence here. Might be the next ones to strike, thinking that we're weak. Should keep an eye
welcome
out.
it.
He looks to you all as if seeing if there's anything else you want to ask him. Kind of takes an awkward step towards the door.
Go on. Let's get at him. Get!
He walks, and before he leaves, though, he stops at the door as he's opening it to the shack and looks back at you, Septimus. It's an open door in the Defiance for all sons and daughters and free children of Alumno. And gives you a nod and leaves.
Well, we should get familiar with this stronghold as soon as we can. Bruce, maybe give the area a sweep, see if any trapdoors, underground tunnels within the area, secret passageways.
Do you want
gaps
me to
in
clog them?
No, just make us aware of him. We can decide how to best
Aren't the
utilize.
wild flame down there? Don't we want to let Reardon and friends?
It's when you all
No,
would
that-
hear a sound from below the floorboards, knocking on, knocking on some kind of trapdoor. Hey, we can hear you guys.
Yeah, I'll go scout the perimeter.
Yeah.
Fyrn will, follow the sound and find the trapdoor and spring it open.
Yeah, you can see the three of them are like crammed into this tiny tunnel that's not really meant for all three of them. As Reardon pulls himself up and like wipes off a bunch of dirt. Oh, stuffy down there. Gotta go.
Well enough. They're all gone. We've taken the lighthouse.
Reardon like claps his hands, clapping dirt off, like we did good, as if he had anything to do with it.
Duckwet's in the background, just like, my boy.
Yeah, we cleared out some traps down there. It was a bit of a shit show, a lot in the way. What old Twig Snap knows how to disarm a few traps.
Does he know how to rearm them?
I'm sure.
Well, then we can put them to good use. Now that it's ours, no reason letting those resources go to waste.
Did you see anything else while you were down there? Did the tunnel lead any other directions, or just straight here?
Well, there were some forks in the road, but we kind of knew the general heading towards the lighthouse. Seems like it's pretty complicated down there.
Very well. We should try and get as much information about, this fort as we can. I had some documents here. Maybe there's more in other parts of the camp. Maybe you folks can help Bruce create a perimeter. Collect
Sure.
anything that seems interesting. And bring it here.
You got it. And they head outside, help Bruce.
Fyrn sits down and just starts, rustling through all those maps to try and get an idea of, what they were planning.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Eight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things written down, a few things circled, a few things marked, but for the most part, to you, it just looks like maps of the region with maybe possible places they could sail to or get help. Like, there's not really a ton of information. It's really more so they probably were using these maps just to discuss the region and discuss things.
So it's general, like, region maps. There's nothing, like, local.
No, there's no like Hyven map here. There's the most regional it gets is the map of Aldhalor as a whole, which does seem to have some like circles on it in other cities that might presume are areas where there might be other alumno units, or at the same exact time it could look like places to strike. Like it could be many things without the knowledge of the Defiance, but there's nothing overt on the maps.
Septimus will see that he's tending to that. He'll go outside with Sal and immediately start repairing the gate that he had Sal bust in on.
Yeah, totally.
A combination of mending and fabricate.
Yeah, you're easily able to over time reestablish the weak gate. I mean, honestly, even just Sal lifting it up and you connecting the parts that would make up the hinges and just mending it will work over time.
While this is going on, Jacquet goes up to the watchtower, the ruined upper story, and keep watch. He'll use his spyglass, just making sure that if anyone's watching what we're doing, we know.
Yeah, absolutely. As it is kind of the evening, it's relatively quiet while you're watching out there. It's probably the word's probably not going to spread until the next day, or at least you'd hope it doesn't. But just in case you're keeping an eye out, you don't notice any like twinkles in the dark, or movement within the immediate perimeter of this area. You mostly see, I imagine, Bruce just sort of like kicking at the wall of the fortifications to be like, yeah, these are stands.
Salamandering across the
yeah, spider climbing around, just like taking notes on construction purposes.
Going like, oh my god, oh, who built this?
It's funny because I'm sure he would absolutely like mark down like all of the weaknesses of these current walls.
Yeah.
All ways that likely you could have blown them out or caused them to collapse or anything like that, and ways that you can shore up those defenses, or what you would need to do if you were just to tear them all down and put up stone walls.
Yeah. Could you give me a brief recap of just the Chroma Fist again?
Yeah, so what you've learned mostly about the Chroma Fist is that they're an ancillary gang that is associated with the Aradunai. The Aradunai seem to be a little haughty in the sense that they're kind of like, we're beneath the crimes of the street, but we have our people who will do criminal things for us to help maintain our control of this region. They probably have their own little area, and then they just like send out the Chroma Fist to do things. The Chroma Fist definitely seem like paid actors, or people who are just really in it for like the thrill of being a bandit or an adventurer in their eyes. So are just sort of like common criminals who are being like kind of like uplifted and ascended to a powerful position by the Aradunai.
I'm hearing Sinn Fein IRA kind of thing.
Sort of, in some ways. Like Aradunai have a actual goal, but they incorporate the more anarchistic side of the Chroma Fist to enact more violent things than they would consider beneath them.
Okay.
And the Chroma Fist kind of acts of its own accord a little bit. They kind of take that power and do what they want sometimes. Like the front gate, like the Aradunai's like goals with letting the Chroma Fist do that is more so probably information gathering to like know who's coming in and out, while allowing the Chroma Fist to just like pocket some silver and do whatever they want with it.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So Fyrn is gonna, meet up with everybody and, just say, good work tonight. We'll have to hold the base, but I mean, I could use as many men as we can get, but I know that this is a large undertaking and we're going to need more manpower. We can't just stay here all the time. I know that.
We should hold this till tonight ourselves. Now that we should take watch in cycles. And then tomorrow, we have not Baron, Balfour. Balfour would help come, and plus we can go look into the many mercenaries in town and see if we can hire them to take garrison.
Who knows? Maybe as folks here that we've taken the lighthouse, they'll come themselves as followers to the cause. He gives a wink to the camera.
The camera shakes.
Maybe, but we should be wary of deceivers. We still don't know anything about Mr. Greaves.
Well, that's not true.
About what he looks like, his appearance. Again, It could be anybody.
We know the public persona that has been using his name. You are right, though. His syndicate could reach far and be anyone.
Yes, I'd like to use Bruce's connections to get construction started here as quickly as possible.
Mhm, mhm.
The stronger our
And-
defenses, the less need we have to rely on, outside sources, untrustworthy mercenaries that, might not be exactly what we're looking for.
And don't forget, we should legitimize our taking of the fort, or the lighthouse, by sending over some paperwork with Emile Ducant. He has the property deeds to everything in the lighthouse district, or will draw it up. And this way, once things have quieted in the city, we will have legitimate ownership of this area, and it cannot be questioned at that point.
Makes
Very well.
sense.
All right, so I'll keep watch into the night, but I think things will be quiet.
I could take shift after you.
I will do the last then.
Okay. All right. Jacquette, give me a perception check for the shift.
Do you want me to make this at disadvantage since technically it's night out and my
Yes, I
dark
would.
vision only goes so far? I am using my spyglass though, so if there is anything out there,
It is easier to spot.
what a fucking spread.
What'd you get?
A 20 and a 1.
Whoa!
Fortunately, rogues can't get under a 10, so that's a 16 on the perception.
Okay. Okay. Jacquette, in the early parts of your watch, the only thing that you would notice really is that there are a few folks who have maybe left their houses or where they're camping out to just see what happened, and just to see they heard the commotion, or maybe small rumors are spreading. But most of them seem like street urchins. They don't seem like agents of the enemy, so to speak.
Do any of them look like a small hobgoblin?
Hobgoblin?
Yeah, a small hobgoblin boy.
No, you don't see
That's fine.
your old friend down there. And when I say very few, I mean 3 or 4 people you spot.
No, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe one of them is even just a drunk who wandered too far up the lighthouse street and is pissing on a ruin. But who knows? That might be Mr. Greaves.
Yeah.
It's a relatively quiet watch, while you guys can repurpose the bunks here to stay in for the night. And Bruce can finish his perimeter check. Bruce, you don't need to roll for anything. Mostly what you find is the makeshift walls are pretty flimsy. And they against a real force wouldn't really withhold anything other than light fire. As evident by you guys ripping the doors down. But even where you find it attached to the walls of the ruined lighthouse, it's not flush. This is a very, very vulnerable wooden wall. And that the majority of the lighthouse is just rocky rubble. With it's a half circle wall, sturdy wall you have with a few chunks of rock and then wooden walls completing the circle of it. So if you wanted to change the formation of it, it might be difficult, but if you were to put a ring wall here, you could pretty comfortably, Koboko very comfortably do that. depending on how much construction you all Fyrn eventually wants to do for this as a fort.
Okay. Yeah, when I get back to them, I can relay that information. Also, I'd like to do something else once I get back. But
Absolutely. Let's do that now.
um,
Yes, because the next thing
So-
we're going to do is the swap of shifts between. Was it Fyrn or Septimus who were doing the second shift?
Me.
Septimus, okay. And this is when Septimus, when you take on your shift, that's like when it really is becoming nighttime and bedtime for everyone. So like everyone else will probably get into their long rest, and then Fyrn will take over for the last shift, so you can finish your long rest.
Mm-hmm.
But what would you like to do, Bruce?
Well, I guess if it's, if the sun is setting, then I probably won't do this. But are the
Sun's been
time
set since
zone-
the beginning because you started this raid after the
Right.
sunset.
Right. Yeah, never mind. I'm not
Do you want
gonna
to do it in the
this
morning
anyway.
then, or the next
I
day?
want to do this in the morning, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, then we're going to swap watches between Septimus and Jacquette. So
Okay.
Septimus, you can give me a perception check with disadvantage because it's nighttime.
God damn it. Wow. 12.
12? Okay.
Could be worse.
Could be worse, yeah. It is
That was a
nighttime.
2 and that was a 3 and a 4 I rolled.
Could have been a 1 and a 2. Septimus, you're out there watching and cursing your human eyes. And you don't really notice much. It's maybe a little bit more like nerve-wracking for you to be like watching, because you kind of can't really see that much out there. It's a pretty dark city street. You're mostly seeing kind of like the silhouettes of the buildings in the moonlight from Ilyuvanya's moon, the eye of the star. And I imagine you're just kind of sitting there, kind of wrapped up because it's a little chilly tonight. And you would maybe not see much because you look at your hand, your new semi-mechanical hand. And the it's very sinewy, the surface with all of the ferrofluid on it. And like you can even like kind of feel like the tingliness underneath your skin that you can presume or maybe hope is the ferro metals converting your organic form underneath.
Right. Okay.
And then eventually, go ahead.
Also, maybe part of the reason the perception wasn't so good. There was something I wanted to do in this
Sure.
hour, quickly.
Go for it.
Now that it's later in the night, and assuming that people are getting ready for bed and some time has passed, Septimus will like to divine intervention, cast scrying.
Who are you scrying on?
The captain we just let go.
Ooh. Hey, love that. One moment.
We have a possession of his. We have a sword.
Yep. And,
I met.
all right, let me roll for him. So you first hand, and you have a possession of his. Just pull up. Just pulling up the stat block. had to remember what it was called. There it is. All right. What kind of saving throw is it for
Wisdom.
scrying? Wisdom. Okay. Ooh. Let's see. Yeah, with his modifier and the modifiers from you having the knowledge, he absolutely fails this.
Righty. Where is he?
Okay. You so I imagine it's the situation where, like, I imagine because the lookout spot in this tower is on that little ruined ledge. So you're like sitting there, and I imagine like leaning against the wall, maybe like meditating on this, and like your eyes close, and then you open them back up, and they've got the blue of Machina in the pupils, and then suddenly it's you feel yourself almost out of body experience as everything kind of like flashes with that blue light, as if someone literally is flashing a flashlight in your eyes, and then comes back to you as the scrying eye in this room, and you look down and you can see he's in the place that you killed Hastings. He's in the old temple below.
Mm-hmm. Just him?
No.
The rest of the...
This space is no longer like abandoned like you found it. It is like a hideout.
Okay. I think the crab people have been eliminated.
Crab people have either been eliminated or boarded off or kept at bay in some way.
Okay.
Perhaps they just don't go into that room. That's the next chamber over. It's the part of the cave that has the pillars and is open to the cliff sides with the little path that leads down to where they were on the boat. And he seems to be amongst other Alumno Defiants. He has already done his reporting wherever Hastings is in this space. You see him sitting by a stew pot over a small fire with others as they're tending to his wounds, feeding him. Easily enough, you spot some of the other people you let go are here. They're all being like tended to at this point. There's not, it's hard to count how many there are there, but it's a sizable number of people that are hiding out here.
That's fine. Do I see any of the bodies of the people we killed?
Yes, they're all laid out in the middle of the temple, the vestibule floor with blankets over them.
Okay. How long does this last?
10 minutes.
Okay.
If you watch the whole time, you would notice just the goings about of the camp, with people checking on each other and some people paying their respects to the bodies, kneeling before them, touching onto their foreheads or chests, peeking underneath, some weeping.
Is there any discussion or talk of what they're going to do with them?
Give me a perception check to listen.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yes, I'll say with the dirty 20, you would hear there's like a moment where someone asks someone like what they're going to do with the bodies, and the person kind of like smiles at them. We can gentle repose them until we can return home. So long as we're able.
Okay. I imagine at the end of it, that's towards the tail end.
Yeah.
As the light fades and just goes back to see darkness. There's that moment where your pupils are adjusting, where you're like, oh, Jesus, I can't see a thing.
Yeah. Can't even see your own hand in front of your face.
Okay.
And then eventually, maybe shortly after that, Fyrn would come to relieve you of your watch.
I'll keep the information I have to myself for now.
Before trading off, Fyrn looks to Septimus and says, "You did a good thing deciding to leave him, to let him go. He could have been a valuable asset to keep them off our backs, or as a trade, but you did what was right, and I respect that."
I heard stories of some of the members of the Alumno Defiance. Hardened soldiers. Most of them have some sort of semblance of honor, as in they'll keep to their word. So long as we make it clear that we don't have any more qualms with them, then I think they should return the favor.
Don't know.
I just think perhaps we may have came in a little strongly. I know we need to assert our dominance in this area.
You may be right, but trust me, a man who wishes nothing more but to return home to a place where he's no longer welcome is a desperate man indeed.
Sean, can you? I might have misinterpreted the captain when he was trying to define what his allegiance with the Alumni Defiances or the goals are.
Yeah.
Was he saying that he would go to Halcyon and try to claim a plot of land,
is that their ultimate goal, is to claim territory?
Yes.
You can, based on the way that conversation went, you can assume that they would want to claim territory, or at the very least, in their minds, it would be liberate territory.
Right.
So it definitely would be something that would potentially lead to further conflict. A return to the civil war in Halcyon that happened not that long ago, that Septimus's parents were refugees from, is the ultimate goal of the Alumni Defiance, is to return in force to reignite that war.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's what I thought. I heard. Just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, he's not gonna go. They don't want to leave here, go home, and buy a farm and just settle down for the rest of their life.
Oh no!
Yeah, no. They would. And when he said they don't want to kneel beneath the Convergency, it means that they would like to eradicate the Convergency's control of Alumno entirely. And if they had enough power, all of Kirinor.
Okay. All right. That's the way I was. Okay. Good.
Just to conclude my thought.
Sorry, Clayton.
That's all right. Fyrn will say, the Alumno Defiance are probably the least or the most noble of the criminals in Hyven, but they are still, unfortunately, criminals. You have to. You're asleep.
They're not inside the cabin. They're up on the watch post.
We have to. It's okay to be sympathetic, but we have to keep ourselves. We have to keep ourselves thinking about our own goals, the safety and protection of Hyven and its people. That comes first, and this is the first step towards that. Get some rest. We'll talk more in the morning.
Does Septimus go and rest now?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Fyrn, you can give me a quick perception check. It's pretty late. You don't really notice much activity, but just to see what you get.
Okay. 15.
15. Okay. Fyrn, you stay up for the rest of the night until the sun rises, and similar to Septimus, you don't really notice any goings on. You maybe hear some stray cats in the alleyway or some trash bin get knocked over somewhere, but for the most part, you don't see any souls coming close to the tower. It's only at like sunrise that you start to notice like people wandering, and maybe some people like wandering a little close to the lighthouse just to like, get a peek to see what's going on. But no one who looks particularly suspicious. Everyone in the lighthouse district is a little suspicious, because especially if they're there in the morning, it means that they're probably either encamping in one of the ruins or they're doing something. But it's hard to really discern other than you see a few people staring from about 200 or so feet away, and leaving shortly after. You can presume that some of the word has gotten out to the city at this point, or at least the district. But soon enough, the sun fully rises, and everyone who isn't sleeping in can wake up on this fine morning. See what the weather's like. On this fine late winter morning.
Oh no.
It is quite clear. The skies are quite clear. There's the eclipsed sun in the sky that you just now are starting to see shift a little bit, where you can see a little bit more sunlight's coming through, but not a lot. But it's still quite cold. It's about 18 degrees out, 18 odons out. Very clear skies, light winds. A nice day, a nice bright day for the beginning of Iron and Mana's dominance of this area. A good omen.
Very good. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how we want to handle this, Sean. I know that a lot of the things that we plan for preparing the fortress are all like bundled into the time and money investment cost in the rules. So I don't know if you want to handle like all that stuff during downtime or
well, if there's anything specific that you want to do before we enter into a downtime, we will want to do it now. Anything that's like more extensive than downtime or is more discussions between you all about downtime. And then once we enter downtime is when it's like, okay, we're going through the line items of what you want to do over a certain amount of time. And then we're going to, if any rolls are needed, we'll roll. But I know Bruce wanted to do something in the morning.
Yeah, right. So this is going to be helping to get to downtime. But so I want to find a nice little outlook. Bruce to take out his pipe, look out, at the district, put his feet up, and I want to cast Ascending. And I'm sorry, Sean, to do this for you. And I'll give you a little bit of time to pull up the sheet.
Because I know exactly what you're doing.
Yes.
And realistically, I probably should have known better than to not have this up ready.
Yeah. But I am actually going to send sending to Thorn, who is the head of sales and marketing at Koboco. And I'll give you a second to read the little description. Not that it means much. You obviously can make whatever you want up. But the sending I'm going to send. Hey Thorn, it's Bruce. I got a proposition in Halcyon, a good investment for Koboco.
Ivan.
Please, Ivan. Sorry. Please contact me through a direct line for further communication and for further detail. Thanks.
I love it. Okay, Bruce, you send this out. and you wait a moment, and then you would hear in your head, direct line incoming, Bruce. And then you're like, great. And you sit and wait. Bruce, you immediately feel what all Koboko agents feel when they're out in the field, which is the clear sensation of being scryed upon. And you all are like, you have signed magical documents to allow for scrying upon request of direct lines. Before slowly in front of you would form, and would pop into reality is just a magic mouth. That would just like very cartoonishly, doesn't like articulate the words, it just opens and closes as the other line talks, and then waits patiently and occasionally might emote a smile or a frown based on the emotions of the speaker. This one is in a very discernible flat line, as you would hear Thorn on the other end. So, Bruce, the lost grandchild, reaches back out. I heard that you had struck a deal with Selena for some goodies.
Yeah, I needed a teleportation circle, so I.
Ned was
Yes,
not
I used my
happy
influence
with that.
I can imagine he's not. But this will make it up to him. You know, it'll bring in some good business to Koboko. So in Hyven, there are a lot of buildings that need refurbishing, a little bit of TLC. And I know of a stronghold that needs to be built, and there's no real construction company here in Hyven, and I think it'd be a great idea to introduce Koboko. I would send an agent out first to really scope it out and go from there. So you don't just take my word, take another perspective as well. But I think the quicker, well, the swifter we get people here to strike on this land, I think it'd be in the best interest of Koboko.
You've had quite the eventful sabbatical, it seems.
I have. I'm still. At this point, I don't know if I'd call it a sabbatical. I gotta get in touch with Axel and kind of update him on where I'm at.
Yes. Oh, God. What have you done to me?
I gave you stuff to work with.
You have, yes.
That's all.
Yes.
Wasn't meant to be overwhelming.
No, I know. Must be nice to have so much time off. We will dispatch an agent. Do you have a teleportation circle?
I do. Bruce is like, it's a little far.
Or are we going to expend more of our resources?
No. I can provide one to here. It's just going to be a couple days travel for them as well.
That's not a problem, as you know. If what you say is true, that there is a fruitful investment to be had, we can establish our own link once we arrive.
All right. Great. How does 2 to 3 days sound?
Once you send the coordinates, we will tell you the schedule.
All right. Great. I'll send them over.
One second. I'm scrolling. All right then, Bruce. Any word you'd like me to pass along to any of your co-workers?
Just tell them all that I missed them.
Hmm.
And I love them very dearly.
Will do, Bruce. You'll hear from us soon.
Thank you, Thor.
And the talking mouth vanishes.
All right. Never understood him.
All right. Anything else, Bruce?
No, that's it for now. I will. I imagine Bruce will have to make some sort of like. I imagine they have like a means or the knowledge of like sending direct like notes to people. So like I imagine he's got to send coordinates to Nina or like a note to Nina.
You've sent direct magical mail before to them.
Right.
You just need a means.
Company policy as well. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bruce, have you been keeping your receipts for your expenditures? No, you're on sabbatical.
I'm
None of that's expensible.
Yeah, exactly.
You already owe a debt to Koboko for your teleportation circle.
What do you do?
Ned's gonna come for you.
Yeah, well, I've given him business here, so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dispatch people.
It's true. That's true.
It's an expansion. It's an expansion investment.
Yeah. Your supervisor will have a conversation with you about your unapproved use of company funds.
That's fine.
All right. So Koboko is mobilizing to send the agent through to establish a link here to begin potential investment and contracts with Hyven. What would you all like to do now, though? As you anything specific you'd like to do before we enter in a more of a downtime? What we'll do is anything beyond immediate RP stuff that we want to do or immediate necessary things, we'll enter into more of a downtime discussion of what you're trying to do and then resolving what you're trying to do.
The only big thing I think Jacques is doing is he's trying to suss out the reception of his editorial. Otherwise, the only thing is to get the deeds from Emil, start that, and then other downtime stuff.
Sure. Absolutely. I'll say before downtime starts, Jacques, you maybe do a little lap around town. Hitting some of your favored joints to listen in to see what the reception is. And like you do see like plenty of people, like you see people like leaning against a lamppost reading the paper and things like that, where you can see the big headline for your article. The return of Iron and Mana. If you were to listen in on some conversations as you're carousing about time, you would hear a variance of opinions. You would hear some people saying like, "Oh, another group of people trying to take Ivan for their own, promising freedom and good times." And other people being like, "Well, don't you know? Iron and Mana really did a lot of good. You hear about Billowgrass? Have you heard the tale? Have you gone over to the Harlequin and Chalice and heard the stories?" And others being like, "I don't care who's in charge. I just want to pay less taxes." Or people who are like, really like, "It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Shah, it's going to lead the revolution. And like all sorts of different opinions. But generally speaking, the guaranteed thing you can assume is that people are talking about you. And it's all over town. every area that you sneak through. Because I like to imagine you're doing a little bit of you're a little covert. You're not like disguising yourself, but you're just kind of being person in the crowd, listening. Reading the paper yourself while listening to the people sitting next to you in the park bench, kind of thing. You do hear a few people whispering, and you're like, oh, that's a little bit more like clandestine, a little bit more like, oh, do you think they're gonna hold it? All rumors starting to spread in addition to your article, and like someone's reading your article and looking and going, I heard last night that they raided the lighthouse. The other person like, raided the lighthouse? Come on, you're lying to me. It's like, no. Someone stopped by this morning. No, the flags are all down, and then the gate looks weird. It's wobbly, like someone mended it wrong. Someone else. Someone else is like, oh, I'm sure freaking Arduna are gonna do something. Like, oh, they're gonna stay in their little hidey hole. What about the Alumno Defiance? I don't know about the Alumno Defiance. So a lot of little rumors going around. Some people are even saying like, yeah, they burned the keep down. Like there's now rumors going around about the assault on it, and people are like, oh, the timing's great, the timing's ripe. This article comes out, they take that. Ugh, strange times. All sorts of strange folk coming through town. But yes. So what we'll do now is we're gonna enter into down. You got something?
Can I do one thing?
Totally.
Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Oh my fucking god.
Excuse
I like
you.
to scratch my butt.
Roll.
Septimus wants to cast sending also.
Okay. Who are you sending to? Now that I reminded you have sending last session.
Well, maybe.
Use a level 4 slot and get sending plus.
He
doesn't know that yet.
It was level 5. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and you need to you need to learn that directly from another cleric.
Ah.
Of Iluvania specifically.
She's now the goddess of messengers too.
Of long form messages.
Long form messages, yeah. In fact, the Iluvania sending plus actually has an upper tier minimum word count you have to say.
A goddess of unwanted phone calls with mom. I don't hear from you enough. How you doing?
Are you eating enough? Who would you like to send to Septimus?
The captain.
Hastings?
The guy we let go.
Or the guy
the guy we let go.
Okay, commander.
Commander, sorry.
Oh, really, the paladin. All right, what would you like to say to him?
I think it's 23 words.
25.
I've been thinking. I know it's 25, but what
You
I'm
have
trying to get
23,
across
okay.
is going to be 23.
Love Septimus.
Yeah, there. Okay, love Septimus at the end. I've been thinking about our messy encounter. If you would allow, I can come to give you a gesture of goodwill.
Give me a persuasion roll with advantage.
Ooh, nat 20 on the first one.
Well,
But
there
it's
we go.
24.
Okay. You would hear a response. Actually, let me pull something up real quick.
I swear, if you give that gun back.
You would hear back. For the sake of your family, I'll meet with you. Meet me outside. The Serpent Coil Public House. That's all.
Okay.
I guess you would say midday to give you an actual time to meet him.
Yeah. So I'm just sending back.
When?
What time?
You text me 5 minutes before. Anything else anyone would like to do in the morning before we jump over to Septimus meeting our Alumno Defiance friend? Okay.
I think Fyrn would just stay at the fort,
Yeah.
start doing patrols, extending the reach slightly, basically keeping a perimeter, secure so there aren't like people snooping around.
I think Bruce would actually work with Fyrn and be like, "Hey, this needs restructuring. We can reinforce this right here
we're
and do this." Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are plotting out what the future keep will actually look like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right, then about midday, Septimus, you can head to the Serpent Coil Public House, which is actually on the border between the Lighthouse District and the Harborside and the Merchants Exchange area. So it's the only operating tavern within the Lighthouse District for now. That is really close to the entrance to the area because there's not much business in being deeper in and this is the only one that ever that didn't get completely destroyed or abandoned. It's actually very nice. It is 3 stories tall. It has this faded turquoise colored shingles on the rooftop, half timber structure. It has a very ornate sign hanging above it that has this kind of medieval art style serpent coiled around a mug. So medieval, in fact, that the serpent's face is like a human face when it gets to the top. And it has a very large stable in the back. It seems to be the primary place for folks to stable up in this area if they're trying to operate out of the Lighthouse District. It's quite bustling. You imagine a lot of those people who are pawning stuff and selling black market goods in the middle of the Lighthouse District might stay here for the night if they don't leave the district. So there's a lot of people kind of in and out. You can see a lot of people wandering out who might have been in there the night before, getting deep in their cups. But you can see your contact. You can see the paladin. He is wearing pretty discreet robes or clothes with a really rather large cloak over himself that conceals the armor underneath that you saw him wearing the previous day. And he always, like most of the Alumno Defiance, has the bandana on his neck or the scarf on his neck that sticks out a little bit, showing his allegiance. And he's just leaning up against the wall of the tavern, chomping on a green apple.
I realize this must be awkward, but I'm glad that you met with me here.
And he just sort of takes a bite out of the apple and with his mouth full goes, I was curious. And like I said before I left, doors open.
Well, like I said, I don't see any reason why our interests will cross paths in a confrontational way. Obviously, my associates have a different opinion of Captain Hastings, given the messiness of their airship and the raid on the Spire. But regardless of all that history, somebody has been shown a tremendous amount of suppose, generosity when businesses clash. I would offer to you as, I don't know, maybe it's my naivety, but I feel like what you have said has been truthful. And so I will promise that there's no extortion or any sort of thing, but rather just to reiterate that we don't seek to be your adversaries. Once a day, if you wish to bring one of your dead to the Temple of Machina in the Temple District, I can resurrect them.
Excuse me?
I am offering you a chance to see your friends again, and for a chance for me to atone to, I suppose, jumping to conclusions too quickly.
And you can see, like, you've really taken him aback. Like, he's sitting here expecting you to, like, hand him, like, 100 silver or something. Or, like, some, like, offer some kind of, like, thing to work with them or something. And he's just like, temples usually charge extensively for such services. Or
Money definitely has less value to me. I wish to see the prosperity of all mankind, and I sympathize with your struggle of being oppressed. I could show you myself the great work that I've been able to achieve through my devotion and faith. But I offer this again as a token that we not be enemies.
Well, I can take this back to our encampment and offer your gift to our people.
Of course. I realize that this is quite a large offer, so you may take as much time as you need to contemplate. You can find me at my temple between I'll give X to X hours during this prolonged downtime that we're going to have. Mm-hmm. We'll say in the evenings, 3 to 5. Well, I'll be sermonizing and helping some of the other acolytes.
Well, he kind of looks at you with a little bit of disbelief. Well, I will return with word if we're taking you up on the offer. And there's a little fear in his eyes. Like, they didn't get to really see your power level in that fight, since Fyrn was doing most of the killing. So, like, saying that you can resurrect people makes them think, like, oh, this is not some chump cleric that they have. And he gets almost like a standoffish for a second. He's like, anything else?
No.
You won't expect any trouble from us. Good day.
Did he ever tell us his name?
He did not.
And we never asked,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
he doesn't matter.
until you ask
I
for their
said-
names. Once you ask them for your
Before he
names, they
leaves.
matter.
What is your name, sir? No, before he leaves, it's like, um, you probably know my name, but what might I call you?
It's as you say this as he like kicks off the wall and stands to walk away, and he'll turn and look at you as you ask him, and he'll toss the apple into the like little hay raw area where there's some horses. Cade Bolton. Lieutenant of the Alumno Defiance. And he pulls up from under his neck and pulls out a little emblem.
Yeah.
Paladin of Vengeance. Puts it in. Good day to you. And Cade walks off.
Okay.
Now, going from bullshit NPC to named NPC. This is one of my favorite things in D&D, is when you don't kill someone and decide they're important. Alrighty. Alright, I think that is probably everything for your individual tasks you want to do before we start this downtime. Alright, well, with that, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll jump into the sped up downtime. Start building stuff and doing things. All right, folks, we'll be back shortly.
Bob the Bill.
welcome back, everybody, to
Uh,
Adrift and Aldhalor, our weekly actual play D&D show. Our heroes are beginning some downtime activities. So what we're going to do now is kind of just go one by one to see what your plans are, and see how long those things will take. If any rolling is necessary, we'll ask for it. But most of the stuff is probably just going to take time more so than rolls. And we can kind of go slowly at first and then pick up speed. So we'll start with the first week of downtime for just you getting everything set that you plan on doing, and then we'll go a little bit faster than that after that. So what would you guys like to be doing first on this downtime? Who wants to go first?
So,
Okay, somebody else can go first.
Start.
So Bruce is going to, as depicted to Thorn, and to Nina, he's going to provide the coordinates to his teleportation circle that he made back at Septimus's. Bruce will probably, once the day comes, he will probably teleport back to Septimus's and escort them to Hyven, to then assess the area, yada yada yada. Hopefully everything goes well, and then from there, help in any way to get Koboko established in the Lighthouse District, and start any sort of construction or refurbishing of any buildings that need to be done. Besides that, Bruce has a couple of little item things he'd like to procure, and then probably, and then fill more time in with Sigil when he can.
Okay, so establish Koboko and construction needs.
Yep.
Magic item shopping or item shopping in general.
Yep.
And then consorting with Sigil.
Yeah.
All right. All right. What is everyone else doing? Jacquette?
Jacquette is going to a meal to purchase the tavern, the Toad Mug Inn, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll, as when Koboko gets there, he'll start to solicit them for quotes on scope of work. He's actually going to put out an RFP and see, and he's going to target minority contractors.
Out of this.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. You can submit all that,
so he's gonna
documentation before next session.
So
yeah, you got
kobolds.
Yeah, exactly. Turns out Koboko is the prime candidate for. And then he's gonna be selling magic items, and/or haggling for other magic items.
Or buying some for Bruce.
I
What?
think that's what he meant by haggle.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, selling your magic items, pricing out construction or reconstruction of the Toad's Mug Inn, Koboko. Excellent. Fyrn.
Fyrn is similarly going to buy the rights for the Lighthouse District area that he wishes to, construct, and review with Koboko what needs to get done. And on the rest of the time, he is going to maintain it. I would imagine defending the area near the Lighthouse District. Like he's going to be spending most of his time in the Lighthouse District, only really leaving when he has to.
Totally.
And he's if he's not, defending like inside of the base and trying to like make his own repairs and plan things out, he'll be exploring down below in the tunnel systems, trying to find different passageways. And maybe like one of the things that he'll definitely want to talk to Koboko about is creating like fencing, like basically gating off specific parts of the tunnels so they can't be accessed, just for security's sake, as well as like safety's sake.
Oh, I feel a sneeze coming, but it's not coming.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that is a horrible feeling. Feel the need to sneeze, but it's not happening. All right.
And probably share some magic items with Jaquette so he can sell his too.
Okay. If you guys want to, I know, Steph, you had sent me this a while ago, but if you guys want to put the items that you're planning on selling into our chat, just so I can look at those when we get to them. Fyrn, you could do so too. And anyone else who has
Sure.
items they want to sell.
I'm gonna copy my list that I have, and if you guys have additional ones,
Yeah.
post them.
Yeah,
I
that list
think I
probably
have-
has everything, but if anything else.
Yeah, we'll say I think I would like to remove the ancestral Gosu mask and armor from the list, because I want to keep them for the fortress as like a keepsake sort of thing.
That's no problem. Easy enough.
So let me delete the things that I see on your list already.
He's got everything but the lightning spear on the list.
He doesn't have. Oh, he does have the storm charm. Okay.
All right, while you guys are hashing out that list, Septimus, what do you want to do during downtime?
Other than resurrecting, well, if he decides to come and bring people, using his abilities to revive whoever he can. But additionally, putting resources into his temple. I think he's going to spend a lot of time at his temple there.
Koboko can be utilized in the same way they're utilizing Koboko to properly spruce up your temple. Because right now it's just wooden temporary structures on top of a ruin, so they can like alter it as you wish, or at least complete it so that it's not just sort of like a makeshift wooden roof. It goes back to the original roof or a new roof. It won't cost you as much as like building a new temple, obviously, and will be quicker to just repair it, especially since you've already put some investment into it. So you can, using those stronghold rules, you can establish the temple more properly by spending some additional funds.
Yeah, I would ask Koboko for a little help there.
Okay.
But also, I was just thinking about this now. I don't know if it's even possible, but and it could just take you can determine like what the resources would actually be if it's something plausible. Like consecrating or spending actual time consecrating it, where it could act as my lair.
So that would be that could be folded into the cost of turning it into a proper temple.
Okay.
Because that's basically what the stronghold temple will give you, is like layer abilities within it.
Okay. Then yes.
And like, if you right now you have like a tiny little chapel. If you're putting the money in to make it a temple, you can expand it a bit. Because you already dropped 1,000 gold of silver into this temple. And it is a ruin, so you wouldn't need to spend that much to complete a temple stronghold.
a temple is typically 8,000 GP, which is 8,000 SP, and if you're building it on a pre-existing structure, I think that you can reduce it by 2,000. I think
No, it's reduced. Typically, it's reduced by half, but it's up to GM discretion
Okay.
based on like the type of ruins and whatnot. But I'm not gonna get that nitty gritty about the ruins you guys all have. Like, I could be like really, really esoteric with it and be like, well, it doesn't have XYZ, so it's actually going to still cost you this much. But I'm just gonna go with the half rule on ruins.
Fair.
And since you've already invested 1,000 silver pieces into it, Septimus, you would only need to invest 3,500 silver pieces as a half of the 7,000 to finish it, basically.
What is that in gold pieces?
In gold pieces, 3,500 silver.
Well, what's the conversion again?
In silver.
No, I know, because
Don't think about conversion. Just anything that is in gold is silver.
Yeah, but he's probably inputted his money as exclusively gold in his
Oh.
inventory. So
Yeah, I should have.
It's 10 gold per silver.
Yeah.
Or 10 silver per gold, excuse me.
Okay.
yes. So
I thought it was 20. I thought we were doing 20.
That's
silver per
for
gold.
copper and silver, right?
No, you're right. Sorry.
no,
20.
he is correct. It's correct. It's 20. So it's 175 gold pieces.
Thank you. I should just convert it all to silver and stop with this nonsense.
Yeah, it's you also want to be careful because it's it does conversions in there for you. So it's easiest to just keep it all as silver.
Okay. You
That's
said
fair.
20 per a gold
Yeah,
piece is 20 silver?
Gold piece is 20 silver. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just thank you.
No problem. And I'll say, since you've already got some time in the development of it, it'll take for you to finish and complete the temple. It will take 50 days.
Okay.
Let me just do. Yeah, we'll stick with 50 days. Okay. And then let me look at this magic item list. Oh, it's right, because you're doing a level 2 establishment, right, Stefan?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. And then Fyrn is doing standard key. All right. So for those at home who are interested, we're using the MCDM stronghold and followers rules for these establishments with some caveats because we don't need to use the whole system. So they are building these strongholds that they'll get certain benefits from regionally and when within the stronghold. Like, for example, Stefan's trying to create an establishment, which is a rogue stronghold, which operates as a tavern, but is also his sort of spy network, and where his roguish endeavors can extend beyond himself to his followers and to the areas that he has influence. Because he is picking a place that's a little nicer and not as ruined, he is going to spend a little extra silver to make it a level 2 stronghold, which gives him more influence. Fyrn is going to be using the ruins of the lighthouse to build a keep, which is the fighter stronghold.
I could maybe also upgrade to level 2. Depending on if you're halving my cost of the building and how much.
Well, I
time
am.
have.
So you could spend the full amount to create a level 2 keep.
Right. It would take
longer.
200 days, which is a long time. But
So
it
yeah,
also,
you you may want to finish the original keep and then decide if you want to invest in upgrading it.
I think that Fyrn would probably, just to get it done, like invest early, like make a contract with Koboko to get it all done.
That's fair.
But also, what was I gonna say? There is things in the book about like under construction keeps still being viable. Like you can't use some of the features, but even though, you know, it is a fortress sort of thing. So even under construction, it could still be used as a defensible thing. It's not something that like you have to stay out of it the whole time and, you know, it's unusable. So over time, it'll just slowly continue to grow.
Totally. I am okay with that. All right, sorry, just looking at something real quick. Okay, so Fyrn is going to do a level 2 keep, which is going to take 200 days and cost him 10,000 silver pieces.
Sounds good.
Septimus is spending 3,500 silver with 50 days to complete the construction of his temple and maybe expand it a little since it's just kind of a room right now. Like if you want to embellish on what like expanding the central chamber or the second floor or like the yard area, creating like maybe a little like courtyard. I'll leave that to your free will and imaginations.
Yeah, I was gonna say the pre-existing structure also reduces the time. If we're going by that,
He's already reduced.
I'm just saying for the keep, like it's not 200 days. It would be like 75 plus 50, which is
How many days does it take to upgrade?
125 days.
125 days to upgrade.
No, it's sorry. It's 150 days to build and 50 days to upgrade.
Okay.
So 125 would be the total.
That makes sense. Totally fine. 125 days. Yeah, no, I was already giving you guys the half instructions. And Jacquette's is going to be 4,000 silver pieces because he's using a pre-existing structure. And it's also going to take 60 days, right? I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So in 2 days, you'll have the temple and the establishment created fully. And then in 4 months, roughly, you'll have your keep fully upgraded, although it will be viable before that. Just as I'm going to have the establishment and temple also be viable before that.
Yeah.
Since they've got plenty of people who are interested in working with you. And Septimus already has kind of somewhat of the beginnings of it. Okay. And all of this can be organized through Koboko. As Bruce meets up with his representatives at Septimus's farm and brings them back to begin investigating the general lighthouse district, with their first projects being for Iron and Mana. Koboko is very excited for this unique opportunity to spread good quality work across Aldhalor. You guys get to meet some of Bruce's coworkers. As well as the crew. Okay. So those things are going to take their time. So we'll put those on their burner and they will cook.
Cool.
And we can, at the end of downtime, have you all give a cool description of your new bases. So
all right.
Take some time to think about that before next week's session.
Okay,
and feel free to, if you want to draw any overheads of it or anything like that.
I will be redrawing the overhead of the fortress.
Just in key, I guess I'll send to you guys, make sure you know what your ruins look like that you're building on top of, and you can incorporate those how you see fit. Because you're building on the ruins, you do have to incorporate them to maintain your discount. That's what the representative from Koboko says. They said to maintain your discount on this construction contract, we will need to maintain the current walls and repurpose them. Very popular these days amongst the DIY folks in Halcyon. Don't tell anyone, they actually hire us to do it. Alrighty, perfect. Okay. So that's easy enough. That begins as soon as you guys bring Koboko in. So it's gonna take a couple days into the first week before they arrive with Bruce and establish their connections and links. But all of that is included in the time because that's what it would take is that for them to build this stuff regularly anyway. So it's by like week 2 that they begin gathering of supplies and crews and start overall prefab and planning and construction. You break earth in that second week on the plots of land. I look forward to the grand opening of each of these locations. Alrighty. Moving on.
Selling magic items?
I was just going to say, I think the easiest thing to do next is to sell magic items. So, in looking at this list, you will need to connect with your current magic salesman.
Letholdus.
And to see what he's interested in buying, which is
Okay.
most likely all of it. But
It might take time to find buyers or get a good deal for it.
it'll be measured in weeks though, not in months, for that kind
Right.
of thing.
Jacquet
since-
is also willing to do like trades.
Oh
if
yeah,
that devises it.
it does. Yeah, and the nice thing is that you have a respectable person, so you don't need to do the whole search that you would normally have to do
Right.
to find somebody who's not trying to con you to find a legitimate buyer. So, what sort of trades are you interested in doing with all this?
So the 2 specific items Jacquet is looking for is a +2 all-purpose tool.
Mhm.
And then a +2 set of studded leather armor.
Damn. Big bucks.
+2 all-purpose is a rare item. +2 studded leather would be very rare.
Thank you. Those trades, you have plenty to trade for that within the same qualities. So I think Letholdus is going to be very, very, very agreeable to those trades, especially when you. Are you meeting with him? I mean, we don't have to roleplay it, but I just want to know, like, generally, are you meeting with him with your old persona or just as Jacquet?
No, just as Jacquet. Jacquet is going legit. He's dropping the axe. Only when it's beneficial to him. But he'll like bring up Enzo as being his point of contact.
Perfect.
Since they're both Gwenvillery individuals, to establish like a level of trust.
Absolutely. I was just going to ask you how you contact him, and that's perfectly fine. You could even like have like a note that you wrote as Enzo, or you can find him as Enzo and say, I have a contact. However it happens, he trusts Enzo.
Right.
He wants to work more with Enzo. So it's actually almost like this thing where like when Enzo's like, I've got a guy, and he's like, oh, well, I thought that we were going to keep establishing our. Anyway, that's fine. What happened to your wife? Anyway.
Not my wife.
Not my wife. He agrees to meet with Jacquet, and is quite impressed by your assortment that you bring him. Like, he brings out all his tools, and he says like, oh, these are all very very interesting pieces. There's some he is more interested in than others. So like there's some he may not be as interested in giving you the full price for. The things that he wants to give you the full price for are the big ticket items. Like the gleaming longsword, like the alchemist flamethrower he's very interested in. The elemental stuff is what he's like probably like the least interested in. But like not unwilling to take it off your hands. He is interested in the manual of bodily health, but he is not going to pay full price for it.
Right.
Because of obviously it's used. But if you
we'll try to sell him, and if you want like just like a basic roll to see how well, Jacquet's gonna try to get it as close to 40,000, but not push it. He's gonna be like, yeah, but it's still very valuable, and you'll probably live long enough to see it restore its powers. So what do you say, 35,000?
It's absolutely a classic Pawn Stars moment of like, yeah, man, but I gotta resell this thing to make any profit off it. This is gonna be me trying to sell this to somebody who's like got to live that long too. My client pool has dropped by like 75%, given most almond die after 100 years. I gotta find like a fucking druid to buy this. And is way less interested. But go
buy
ahead
it
and
as
give
a
me
present for your children. The next generation. It's an investment.
It's an investment in your children's future, in their bodily health. But go ahead and give me that persuasion check.
That's a 30.
Ooh, okay. He is willing to let it go for 30,000. Not 35, but 30,000 with a 30, which he's starting at. He was absolutely starting at the half cost of 20,000, and then like you pull in Fyrn's line about like you can sell it to the children of the person, thing like that, and find a old wizard who's willing to buy it off his hands, but he'll drop 30K on that. He's willing to trade the Gleamthorn longsword for the studded leather.
Awesome.
And he's willing to trade the all-purpose tool for the alchemist flamethrower.
All right.
And then he offers you 50% for all the elemental stuff.
All right, so Jacques is actually, he's gonna hold that, and then getting the party together, he's gonna, kind of say what he's gotten so far, and then on the subject of the elemental stuff, Jacques goes, I know we haven't really talked about playing nice with the Arduni, but if that was a path forward we were interested in, I think returning the Stone Giant's hammer and the elemental spell focus, while it's still a loss with the Ring of Shooting Stars, that might get us somewhere. I don't know. I'm totally fine selling them, but I wanted to get your opinions first.
I don't see I have any issue with it personally.
I don't mind, but I still need money for my the work that I want to get done.
Oh, well, as a reminder, Jacques takes out the bag of, what did I call it? Gems and goods that we got from the place.
The North.
And yes, thank you. And he distributes. No, this is from after that. This is the stuff that you said when we left Samalto.
Yes.
We got this bag. So, as I understand it, 10,000 divided by 5, because we'll remember our good friend Saskia, Everyone should have an additional 2,000 silver to add to their inventories.
Oh, dang.
Um,
Cool.
But additionally, I have been holding on to this. I was, kind of forgot about it for a while. Well, I never forgot about it, but I just wasn't sure when the right time to give it all to you. And he pulls out the small purse of platinum pieces that he got from the original sale of the Ring of Shooting Stars.
Oh.
And he goes, "This is everybody's cut." He says, giving out 12 platinum to everyone.
Oh, jeez.
Which I think is a lot.
240 silver? No.
Way more
No,
than that.
2,400.
2,400.
Yeah, because that's it's 2,400 silver is what 12 platinum is.
Yeah.
Cool.
So hopefully that's enough, I think, right? Is that good enough to fund your construction efforts?
Yes, for now. Absolutely.
Okay. And Jacques is going to break up and discussing the manual divided by 5. So that's an additional 6,000 silver to each person for the sale of the manual of bodily health.
Damn, that's an expensive magic item.
It is.
It's an item.
It's a really good item. Actually, in my inventory, I have a item that is going to just be called Coin for Saskia.
That's a good call. Yeah.
So that when she returns, hopefully sooner rather than later, she will get a nice cut. And this way, she won't feel left behind with all of our massive
Your big
wealth.
strongholds and massive wealth. Yeah.
Well, maybe she can invest this in.
He's gonna come back on a boat and be like, "I've got a boat, guys."
And then promptly donate all of the money to the Revelry of Roe
Yes.
Right.
at the behest of Roe.
So, Jacques gives Bruce the +2 all-purpose tool, and then goes, "So, do we prefer to hold on to the elemental items, or do we want to just sell them and get it over with?"
Unless we need the money, I'd say we hold on to it, just so we have the option.
Okay.
So anybody else?
And
I have no issues with that. Seeing we have quite a good amount of funds.
I suppose.
All right.
Save it for a rainy day. That's fine by me. What
so,
about the Javelin of Lightning? Did we sell that?
No, I believe that would be around 400 silver because it's uncommon.
Yeah.
And then there's the poison greatsword that we got from that bandit dragonborn in Billowgrass.
Yeah.
That I assume was meant to be an uncommon. I don't know that we ever.
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I mean, in my
we'll
head,
have
I
to
kind of
check
included
between
those
everybody.
in the all the elemental items.
Oh, okay.
So are you able to just like trade uncommon items for other uncommon items? Is that
Roughly, yeah.
Okay.
The one thing you have to
I,
note though is like if you're trading for an uncommon item, you don't get it right away. It takes like a week to acquire it.
Okay.
Which we're in downtime,
Yeah.
so that's not a big deal for you guys.
Yeah.
Don't be bad
I
now.
mean, since I haven't given my all-purpose tool +1, I would trade that in and see if I can get like a mithril half plate, which
Oh
I
my.
believe is
That's uncommon.
Yes, it's not +1 or anything. It's just mithril uncommon. Half plate.
Mithril.
Let me look into mithril.
All right, so I'm removing the javelin from my inventory because I don't.
Oh,
I'm
that's
assuming
right,
the money went somewhere.
that is incorrect, Bruce.
Ooh, you were
Is it?
incorrect.
Well, wait. Why? Let me hold up. It might be. No, you're correct. You're correct. Sorry. They for some reason they colored them blue in the links to the individual ones, but they are uncommon.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there is a rare version which is a +1, but I'm not looking for that one. I mean, that would be great if I got that one. But
uncommon makes sense. Uncommon's fine. Yeah, you can trade that in for the uncommon for the mithril half plate.
Mhm.
Yeah, especially because it's just doing. In my head, I thought mithril did more than just give you the.
just stealth bonus.
Yeah, in my head, I'm token poisoned there, where I think that it's like such a more powerful thing. But I mean that's no problem. You can trade in the all-purpose tool for that.
Perfect.
Dun, dun,
And then Stefan, you can get 200 silver for both the javelin and the each
Okay.
200 silver for each.
Right.
The poison sword and the javelin. It's the kind of thing that Litholdus is like, yeah, I can sell this to some shop somewhere and make some scratch off it.
So what is that, like another 80 silver each?
That's the seller's fee. That's the seller's fee that I'm keeping because I sold them.
Rude.
No, yeah. It's
Into the slush fund.
I was carrying all these around for months. Maybe I should have a labor fee.
Maybe you should just put it in a bag of holding instead of just burdening yourself for no reason.
You guys fight over.
maybe no one actually knows that Jacquet sells any of these things. He's like, yeah, I'm still trying to find the biter. Oh, sorry. They're in transport. Don't ask where they are.
It's gonna take several months, and if any kind of conflicts break out, it might get delayed even further. And then Jacquet
just because
orchestrates a war to keep the silver.
Could I just sell my old studded leather for like half price?
Yeah. Honestly, anything that's like standardized that is not a like unique item can always kind of just be sold for half price.
All right, cool.
So like even if you've got like potions you don't want to use anymore, like you can sell those for half price.
All right, well, I'm gonna sell my current half plate and my chainmail then in that case, for half price, which is around 325 silver. That's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anything standard is just you can easily do the half price for.
Anything standard.
Watch yourself. Okay, so that's item sale. Checked off for our downtime. We'll say generally it took like 2 weeks to make all of that work out. Sourcing Litholdus and any exchanges where he needed to source things for you. All together takes the 2 weeks. All right, so that's selling magic items. Construction has begun.
Yes.
Hoboko begins to review tunnels with you. And
Okay.
just begins discussing fencing them off with you. They want to know what you mean by fencing off. Do you want to close them off, or do you want to build a structured doorway there that can be locked? Like, what do you want?
I want specifically like I mean, the first investment would just be like a sewer grate situation that was like a locked heavy metal bar sort of situation, so people can't get into the thing without
The one underneath, that's inside
Right.
the walls.
Correct.
Okay.
Uh,
That's
and-
easy enough to do. That's easy enough to do. For that, you just toss on another 50 silver onto your construction costs, and they'll build out a super great doorway there. It's very simplistic. Any other like any kind of like major changing of the tunnel or turning it into more of a less of a cavern and more of an actual like structured tunnel is going to be more of a construction cost. And they want to know now, though. They want to know now because it does go underneath their constructions. They want to know if they need to be doing any additional reinforcing before they construct the overall keep.
They want to know now if I'm doing any underground things under
Correct.
the keep specifically.
Yeah.
I would say that we would definitely want a sort of dungeon type area, like not necessarily like a basement type area that isn't like particularly has to encapsulate the whole keep, but it definitely maybe like at the end of that path where we can have a little bit of excavation going on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. A very minor, basic lower area with like a dungeon is not additional cost. I believe that is included in a keep.
Right.
So like if that's all you want to do, then they're fine with that, and they can just include that in their construction costs. It's more so if you're going deeper in that it might cost more. But for that, that's easy. That's part of your constructions.
I will say that if we're talking about extra construction costs, Fyrn's goal is to secure the expanse of the lighthouse district. So in further
beyond the keep itself.
Yeah, beyond the keep itself, because it's going to be a sort of thing where it's going to have a territory, and we're going to have to maintain that territory. So I would like to put more of those steel things to block off other tunnels in the future, but right now I don't have control of those areas, or if I do, it's hesitantly controlled because we don't have the fortress fully installed. So I would think that would be stuff that would come at a later date.
Yeah, totally.
But if they need me to make an upfront investment, I wouldn't mind purchasing materials and keeping them in the fortress.
They, for now, while they start the construction, they're like, no need for that. That can come down the line.
Yeah,
and your
I
keep
will
includes
say,
the cellar right now that you want to build that can be used as a dungeon, so they don't mind.
If we are talking about months instead of weeks now, I also wanted to shell out the idea that Fyrn is trying to make the lighthouse district a lot more livable conditions and kind of destroy the stigma of it being like a war zone sort of thing where there's gangsters doing whatever. So as the fortress grows and I actually gain some control, I will be reaching out to both the temple district and academy to try and get fundraising for repairs in that area, as well as going to local businesses and speaking to them about moving to the lighthouse district potentially, or expanding to the lighthouse district, and would be more than happy investing some of my own coin to help streamline some of that progress. Maybe like infrastructure wise, like, you know, cleaning up some of the ruins around my the fortress, and you know, fixing the roads, things like that.
Yeah, totally. That's down the line for sure. And probably also going to be a large conversation that the Commodore's office has with Koboko now that they're here. Once Koboko, because simultaneously during this time, and Bruce, they would talk to you about this, Koboko, and specifically be asking you like where you suggest that they set up an office in the city.
Fyrn would offer to have it in his fortress or near his fortress.
Bruce probably wouldn't suggest that, even though, you know, it'd be great if it was over there. To be quite honest, it would probably be like if there's any buildings for sale near the Commodore,
Yeah,
like
the Admiralty Court.
the Admiralty Court.
Mm-hmm.
But like not necessarily near the academy, more like near like the central area. Yeah.
The other side of the district.
Yeah. In Koboko's best interest, it's probably better for them not to be in contested territory.
Yeah. They agree with you, and they think they should. They immediately are like, we'll because first of all they tell you, well, don't worry, Koboko service. We'll handle negotiations and purchases of those deeds for you, and wrap it into your costs. And in the process of them doing that, they also will negotiate their own right to some land to build their own office in the Admiralty Court. And then they say to you, when you, as our local representative, believe that any part of the lower city is safe, they will build a field office down there.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Because they are, you do find them saying a lot of things, Bruce, that sound like future responsibilities of yours. Where they're like, you know, once the establishment is all connected, you will take over running the office, correct, Mr. Bruce? You'll be from our local rep.
Yeah, I'll talk to Axel, but yeah, I will, yeah.
And they might just be assuming. They might be assuming that, you know, this is your project that you've kind of like brought them in on, and like the people who are just doing the building and some of the foremen and some of the reps from the office are all kind of like seem to just be assuming that you will be in charge here. So much so that there's like some like really like just like carpenter who's just sort of like, congratulations, Mr. Bruce.
Thanks, Charles. Yeah, I imagine if Bruce is said enough, Bruce would be like, "Oh, I guess I." Yeah.
Bruce stands a little taller. You always wake up the next morning and Bruce has a tie on.
The heck is that around your neck?
Oh, Bruce would wear a bow tie.
Yeah,
Let's be real.
Excellent.
You have a little one for Lolly Rock too.
Oh, if Bruce has one, Lolly Rock definitely has one.
Okay, so your investments are cooking. Construction is underway. Where we're into, we'll say, just like for the sake of this we're entering into the end of the first month, where you've just started to really take care of a lot of your business, day-to-day business that you've needed to do, get your items sold, got the construction started, and we're getting really into like the true like downtime for you guys in the sense of like you are just relaxing and taking care of things while your other stuff cooks.
Did the lieutenant bring people?
Yes. You
Okay.
would get a visit in the first week, where they would be bringing the bodies to your temple. It's very transactional. It's Cade, the body, and 2 people who usually come. They usually come with a wagon where the body is kept in the back, somewhat concealed, and they come at night.
Makes sense.
And by the end of it, Cade does kind of say to you, "The Defiance will not forget this, Septimus. And if you ever so wish, Captain Hastings himself would be willing to meet with you. If there's anything you need or want to discuss. For now, we will stay out of your way, pursue our own interests.
Very well. No hard feelings, and best of luck to you. We'll be in touch.
And he kind of like he goes for a final shake of your hand, and kind of just like looks around though. Building something special here, looks like.
This is ultimately my goal.
And he kind of like points at your body a little, and like particularly your hand. He's like, "Is this gonna happen to them?"
No. No. It will not. They can feel to keep their mortal forms. The transformation of myself is only for those of the willing that wish to ascend.
And you see Cade kind of rubs his face as he's like, "The willing transformation. And what benefits do you get from this? Strength? Power?
Understanding. The more and more my body changes, the more of a connection I feel to Machina and the great consciousness of the universe. And that brings me comfort.
And he just kind of like looks at you. He's really, you can tell he's reading you, like assessing you, like, is this a madman?
Maybe a little.
And you feel free.
Absolutely.
Interesting. Well, so long as we're in Hyven, Septimus, we will not interfere, but we'll be keeping an interested eye on your endeavors.
I would expect no less. I'm sure the state of this city is of great interest to you and your lot if you plan to stay.
Well, hope one day you and I can step foot on our forefathers' land. When he leaves. With unique interest in your faith. Jackie.
Sorry, in terms of timekeeping, how long has it been?
So what happened there would have been in the first week because they only had 10
Right.
days to raise the dead. But for where we are right now, we're in the end. We're ending like week 3, I'll say.
Okay.
So, as we've kind of ended some of the stuff that just needed to be initiated and now is going to cook, what are the other downtime activities you'd like to do over the next couple weeks, month?
Trying to rave.
Bruce? I think Bruce has something.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, so now that that's cooking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, we
So it's marinating right now.
yeah. the lid is on the pot,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Several things. I'd like to invest more time.
Exhaustion.
Invest more time with Sigil and to learn more about the planes.
2 points of exhaustion.
2 points of exhaustion for Septimus.
Sorry.
It's all those robot parts. They're messing with his gut.
And then what else? And then anything else that Bruce can kind of glean about the ether and the astral plane's involvement with other planes
Ether.
as well.
Astral
And
planes.
also those are the big ones. He might do some research on the side without Sigil knowing of like where Sigil might be coming from.
Totally.
And like
Your own investigation.
But like not spend a whole lot of time on that,
Okay.
just a slight little thing that like Bruce could be like, hey, so I read Bruce could have more conversations with him about it.
Totally.
And then the second thing is I want to start investing some money and time into 2 things.
Okay.
I'm gonna need Jacquette's input on it, but I want to make Jacquette a crossbow.
Yes.
Specifically a bunkos crossbow. And if it would be acceptable from Septimus, I would like to take back the bunkos handgun that Captain Hastings had, and I'm hoping by doing this I get some sort of benefit for this. But disassembling both that gun and disassembling this sword, and in terms of procurement for a unique weapon for Jacquette.
Absolutely.
And if I could use Academy resources to be paid, but to help reduce some of the time as well, and yada yada yada.
Yes, because it is a endeavor to do this time-wise. Based on what I know that you're trying to construct. And we'll need a little bit of just general research time to reverse engineer things.
Yes.
So let me ponder the research time of it. The other stuff I know how long that'll take. That is easy.
Okay.
And what if anything needs to be invested silver-wise for these things. The utilizing of parts of those items will significantly reduce your silver cost, because you are going to be able to, you just need to reverse engineer how to repurpose the modules to what you want, and to go from there.
Perfect.
All right, Bunkos crossbow, research and R&D, research and development.
Yeah, and then I actually have 2 other items I want to make, Sean.
Let's hear about it.
But they're
Artificer got an artifice.
Artificer's got an artifice. Sorry.
Did you see they're releasing the revised Artificer for 2024 rules?
Oh, that is exciting.
There's a new Eberron Forge of the Artificer book coming out.
Oh, I'm excited. When is that release date?
I don't know when the release date is, but I know it's on pre-order right now.
Okay.
Exactly what we
Let's
thought
go
was
to
going to
the-
happen. They were going to release a whole separate book for Artificer.
Yeah.
But I
Oh, so
imagine
the
that I'd be
armory-
curious to see if they include some additional races in that, like if they do the Eberron races for 2024, like the Warforged.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good to bring back.
But that's
So,
for another time. Let's hear about these
it's
other
for
items.
for another time.
Let's go
No,
to
they're
the armory and the pet store. Get a longsword and attach it to a bird cage.
so
In so many
actually
words.
that's essentially one of the items is
Mhm.
I just want to make a normal flail. It's pretty simple. But it's as seen in the artwork, it's just a rod with a little bit of a chain coming out of it, bird cage, and then like maybe retractable like
like
spikes
it's
or something like
yeah, like it's almost like a bear
On
trap.
no, it's more like
Oh,
like
the
on
spikes
like
are
the bird
not
cage.
there, and then they come out.
Yes.
Yes.
On the bird
Okay,
cage.
okay.
Yeah.
I get like an aggressive shark cage you would use in like
Yes.
watching sharks.
Yeah.
But instead of it just being protection, spikes could come out if it's in danger.
You got it. Yeah. So Lollyrock has a little defense force. You know.
I like it. I like it.
Lollyrock's in there. But the rod in which the little like chain is like attached to is actually the immovable rod. Yes. That's all I want for that.
Okay.
So that shouldn't take long to do.
No, there's no
The-
enchantment needed there. That's just good old fashioned artificing.
Yeah. Mend this, mend that, you know.
Yeah,
Okay.
little mending, little blowtorch.
Yeah. And then the next one would actually probably require a bit of Septimus's help. But I want to take
There's one
out
ass.
the I'm going to open the lead box, and there is that little orb that leaves that tracking dust, trace dust, that was left by Mr. Greaves. I want Bruce to spend some time to and work with Septimus to try to figure out, what is the enchantment with the dust, or the trace, that is directing a signal back to Mr. Greaves, A. And then after he figures that out, as has notes on that, then B, figure out a way for Bruce to replicate that item and change it for his own purposes so that he could track something if he were to plant it somewhere else.
Okay. So reverse engineer the translocation orb.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. You got it. Any other research and development from the special Bruce division of Koboko?
I had one more that popped in my head, but those are the big ones. In that order. I mean, yeah.
That's actually a good question. In priority, it would be Bunkos, Flail, reverse engineer the orb. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Just for the purposes of when I'm calculating the time on it and how you want to use that time.
Absolutely.
All right. Tall order from Bruce.
Yeah.
He's been waiting so long for this downtime to do these things.
This is how I play my class.
I just know you've been planning on doing these things for so long that I'm glad we're getting to it. Okay. So that is Bruce for downtime 2.0. What about other folks? It's also okay if you are literally just maintaining during this and just like keeping an eye on things, not necessarily going out and doing super active things.
So I'm just maintaining.
So, Fyrn is trying to find a way to make the city safer without building an army. And his idea pretty much is to just do what he knows best, which is to be an adventurer. But he wants to try and expand his abilities in being an adventurer. Like, he knows that he can't, change this entire city alone, despite, his increasing strength. So his goal is to reach out to, wealthier sections of the thing I mentioned before, the Temple District and the Academy, and get jobs for low-level adventurers, as well as, security details for small businesses and stuff like that. And basically kind of just do like an RPG adventurers guild sort of situation, with his
Okay.
fort being the focus, where he is collecting contracts from other locations, guaranteeing through his, fortress or his people that they will be completed, and then hiring out outsourcing adventurers, including the Wild Flame, to complete these projects. And if anybody defaults or fails, either he will take over or he will replace them with, somebody else. And he's just basically trying to build a rapport and, make himself a little bit more noticeable in town. So there's a lot of things, there's a lot of versions of downtime activities that could fall into this section, just looking at the Xanasar's stuff.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it sounds like carousing.
I mean, it could be carousing, it could be gaining renown, it could be running a business.
Ooh, those are ones that I did not see. One moment.
Just buy an army
I
of
sent you the link that I was looking at.
Okay, so this is variant rules. This is a homebrew thing.
Oh, oops.
This is an additional thing beyond Xanathar's.
Sorry, Google led me astray.
As it often does. Yeah, this is somebody's extension of Xanathar's.
So it would either be carousing. Yeah, I guess carousing would make the most sense.
Well, based on what you
but it
said
could
of
also be
trying to
worth
find
a trade.
contracts and trying to establish, what you're essentially trying to do is establish networks to have an adventuring guild, essentially, which would require you to carouse, basically, to find contracts, to find people who are interested in working with your adventuring guild. So, like, to me, that means you discern the level of class that you want to be carousing with. So to me, lower class folks are not hiring adventurers, but they might be where you find adventurers. Same with middle class, although middle class probably has like really low grade contracts they would hire adventurers for, like clear out the monsters from my storehouse kind of things. And then like for really like adventuring work, where like they're either like doing something hardcore or even leaving the city for it, would be upper class carousing.
I would probably stick to like middle, like high, middle, low, upper sort of thing. Mostly middle class, small project sort of things. As I'm, trying to get the people in my side more than the nobles.
Yeah, totally.
But I wouldn't blow off the nobles in any way. Like, if there was a large job that needed to get done, I would, probably end up doing it myself, but,
So yeah, so I mean, you can carouse for a work week to establish contracts, and then basically decide whether or not you want to do them or not, and to recoup your costs or not. Because you're also just carousing to make contacts that then you would hope would later flourish and increase your renown and increase your your guild that you're trying to start's presence to at a certain point you don't need to carouse anymore and contracts are just coming in.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that it would probably be the sort of thing where I would be carousing for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And then start working, and then maybe having to go back to carousing.
Totally.
When things
Yeah,
get
you're
slow. So it would be
basically
like
trying to
this
become like an
constant cycle.
adventuring manager, where you have to
Right.
put in some upfront costs to develop contacts, and then you maintain that over time. So I would
Yeah,
absolutely
I'm fine
allow
with
you to
that.
do that. So what I would say is, if you want, you can decide how many weeks you want to do this, and within those weeks, which class you want to target. So like if you want to do 3 weeks of middle class targeting and 1 week of upper class targeting kind of thing to slowly build up this contract. I'll also allow you to do lower class contracts that are not, or carousing that's not for contracts, but for finding adventurers.
Okay, and we're just doing the first month, right?
Well, hold on to it for now because I want to see what everyone's planning on doing and then determining how much time that's going to take. Because
fine.
it's going to take me a little calculations on Bruce's work to know how long
Right.
his work's going to take. Which depending on a few things could be a couple weeks or it could be a month. It's probably not going to go much longer than a month, based on what he's trying to do, and the resources that he already has to put into those. Jacquette, what are you trying to engage in over the next couple weeks to a month?
All right, so Jacquette, where'd I go? So as the establishment gets up and running, he wants to hire a few select people. The first is obviously he's going to try to get Reardon to operate the more clandestine side of the establishment, facilitating the information gathering. He's going to solicit the work. He's going to send out a special messenger with the carriage to go up to Stony Heath and get Anders, the bugbear
hell yeah.
bartender, to come back. And Jacquette has like this, lovely letter about how impressed he was with the work that Anders did, and says that, he's like, I don't know if you're aware of the situation in Hyven or specifically the Lighthouse District, but that is where the establishment is located and where you will be working if you choose to take this role. But I think it is no less dangerous than the sewers you currently operate in. I still dream about the extravagant drink you made for me in that damp, wet area, and would be elated if you would do me the honor of becoming my chief bartender. And then he would also see if Oren would be interested in being the manager of this establishment. Not just a bartender, but basically
Proper
being
manager.
a partner. Yeah. And Jacquette, and talking to him was like, look, I understand, this Oren and the Harlequin and Chalice, they're synonymous, but if you're looking for a new journey in life, we would be more than happy to have you and your special brews that you make. In fact, I would even be willing to pay for a special facility that you could manage and create these drafts.
Love it. Okay, so we've got Reardon, Anders, and Oren as your crackpot crew so
Yep.
far. Are there any other specific requests for folks to join your team?
No, I think that kind of covers the main three.
Yeah.
There was a moment where I thought about that the Fyrbolg in the Coyote, and I was like, no, I hate him.
Yeah, he's not he's the opposite of your vibe.
Right. So those are the three, I think, and that's good enough. And then the other followers can come and go as we please.
You don't want Yorke Wilkes to join your crew with an ever flowing stew? That's the Fyrbolg.
Oh,
yeah,
disgusting.
One of the few Fyrbolgs not to name himself after the location he lives in.
Yeah. All right. Okay. And then, so I don't know if you'll allow me to run the gathering intel check for the establishment yet, or if you want to wait.
What I think I'm gonna do is pull together everything you guys are giving me right now to do at the start of next session, so that I can make sure everything is like clean and cut, and also to like make sure like I have proper responses from people too. Because I will tell you now, like Anders, Reardon, and Orin will 100% join your crew, but they all have one of them has lore implications to leaving the Harlequin and Chalice. Orin has lore implications.
Of course.
Because there's the mysterious Mr. KR to account for there for losing his manager.
Right, and that's what I'm hoping to engage with.
100%, and that will happen. Maybe not right away, so you will get to do your check before like anything happens there. But I want to like discern some of the Fyrn stuff and the Bruce stuff. I just needed a little bit of time to organize how long it's going to take to show how long we have. And I'm thinking for the purposes of seasons with these establishments and these fortresses, as we talked about, MCDM does the 3-month seasons. I'm thinking we'll probably reduce that. And I'm thinking maybe a month might be a good way to do it. And maybe occasionally, if we want to do it a little lower, we could do 2 weeks, just for like the purposes of if it's like you are doing something for 2 weeks and it's just a convenient way to do how much the establishment's working or the temple and whatnot. The nice thing is that everything is kind of, for the most part, going to be happening in Hyven for the foreseeable future. So like we'll be able to work with that. Okay, so we've got Fyrn doing some major networking. Jacquette, is there other things you want to do besides recruit your crew and finish the establishment?
Yeah, barding. Jacquette writes a weekly editorial into the Hyven Times, just kind of talking about, waxing poetically about freedom, what it means, control, power, what those mean. And then he's going to go around, performing and stuff. And he's going to start it's a story about a city in Gwenvalir called, I haven't thought of a good name for it yet. I was toying around with some ideas.
Do you have a
it's made up
in mind? Oh, okay, perfect. I was hoping you were going to say
that. Yeah. And it's basically, for us, like high scale, he's basically trying to make an Atlantis in Gwenvalir, or like an Atlantis similarity that, is being controlled by the Gwen elves, but then like rises up and becomes its own independent city-state. And it's led by a consortium of factions, and they're all led by one individual that is an outsider to the city, but since arriving, he knew what it was, and he's the hero. And so Jacquette is basically building a mythos, for what he wants to do in Hyven.
I love it. I absolutely love it. So then you will spend the next couple of weeks, month, barding, performing, and employing your crew to do the establishment work, which will get to the roles and discernment of what you learn next session. That will also coincide neatly with like the end of the 2 months of downtime. That will also coincide with most likely the end of Bruce's work, and we can discern how much carousing Fyrn gets to in that time as well. There may be a few of your things, Bruce, that might spill over that month. I don't think it will, but I just need to double check the timings for these things.
Yeah.
And then any kind of costs that might come with that. Because there will be some costs, but like I said, you'll be able to leverage your relationship with the Artificing College to get facilities to save you some money there, and time, mainly time there, I would say. And then and anything the Academy will provide you, but you also have resources ready. You have the modules themselves. You just need to figure out how to attach them and program them to the crossbow. And then the flail, that's not going to take you long to do. That's just the time that it takes to put it all together and make sure it works.
Right. I think also Bruce would have Jacquette get resources for him as well. If try to see if he get a little bit of a discount here and there.
Yeah, we can
Jacques
resolve
has a big
that.
enough purse.
Yeah,
What's that?
it's,
That
Jacques
he's whip-
tells you he got you a discount, despite
Yes,
him
yeah,
just paying
that's
full price for it.
Jacques, for the first time in a long time, Jacques is juggling so many things. He's like, I don't have time to be a cheap bastard. Yeah, Bruce, I got it half off, whatever. Burn the receipt. Burn the receipts.
And then Septimus, we can maybe next session we can also maybe touch on a few small vignettes of you proselytizing and working in your temple. So keep that in mind for next week. And then of course I'll digest all of this, and at the end of the downtime, at the end of the 2 months, we'll have any like known repercussions that might come from some of these choices. Prominently, word about your taking of the Lighthouse District and establishing of these things. Honestly, Septimus resurrecting like 5 individuals of the Alumno Defiance. The Alumno Defiance themselves, like digesting the knowledge of you and what you've offered them. Mr. KR having his bar manager stolen from him. And of course, Mr. Greaves and what he thinks of all this happening here. And then of course, Sigil and Bruce's work with Planes of Existence. Bruce, I may ask you to do a little bit of research downtime for what you're doing for Sigil, like researching Sigil himself. So that may come at a small cost for you. And a few checks we'll do next session for that.
Okay.
And we'll conclude the downtime next session, and we'll see where you all land at the end of it. But for the most part, for sure you're walking away with some really cool strongholds, some new information, and some new items. Alrighty.
Sounds good.
Cool. I'm glad we
Building it up
finally.
for the big culmination, stirring everything together.
Yeah. There's a lot of pots stirring that are all going to be poured into a larger pot that is the overall story.
Right.
Cool. All right. So that's it for us tonight, friends. Thank you for hanging out with us. We are kind of doing a little maintenance tonight, but had some fun RP as well. But definitely check in next week or next wherever you are when the VODs come out for the results of all this toiling and hard work from our party. Thanks for hanging out. We are going to send a quick raid on over to our friends over at StoryQuest. So give them some Paradise love, and we will see you all in the future. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.